year of our Lord, Judea, for nearly a century, had lain under the mastery of Rome. In the 7th year of the reign of Augustus Caesar, an imperial decree ordered every Judean each to return to his place of birth to be counted and taxed. The converging ways of many of them led to the gates of their capital city, Jerusalem, the troubled heart of their land. The old city was dominated by the fortress of Antonia, the seat of Roman power, and by the great Golden Temple, the outward sign of an inward and imperishable faith. Even while they obeyed the will of Caesar, the people clung proudly to their ancient heritage, always remembering the promise of their prophets that one day there would be born among them a Redeemer to bring them salvation and perfect freedom.
Are you supposed to be there?
Did you get him hiding behind it?
Naturally.
Hello, girls. Say something. Anything? No? How you doing, Peg?
Must be a barge pushing it.
Yeah.
Or I mean,
I don't think so.
Yeah, what time we eat, Johnny? Right after I eat, I probably I tried to sleep on that damn plane. I couldn't come and look up was like a little baby. Why can't I do that?
You didn't take a dram of me.
I would take me too if I do that.
Got quarter to 6.
No volume? No. Hey, we're right under the skyline.
Nope. Well, somewhat.
No, you can come all the way back. But you can get off the farthest most point away is Hemingway's house, which is interesting if you want to see it. You can get off there and we pay $4 extra to see Hemingway's house. With the guide, yeah, with the guide. And then you walk back 11 blocks along the street with all the shops. And he told us a place to have lunch there if we wanted to.
Oh, we can go after it.
Or we can come back to the ship at some interesting museums to see the aquarium and the Melfish Museum and a shell museum.
John, some more.
And now we have the coaches over here, the principal, Esther. Shoes here.
Oh, good. I'm glad you took it. And? What?
Nice to meet you.
John, so what?
Now just prop her up now.
The dialogue could be a little better, John.
And, well, you hold the camera, I'll be with your wife.
Good. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy. Let me get a close-up of Nina's face. It is perfectly pink. Absolutely pink. All right.
Now, would you sit here, Frank, while I take a shot of the one almighty?
Let me know when you hit the
I'm hitting the button now.
All right. You don't have to.
Oh, yeah?
Keep pointing at us.
How do I know it's on?
That's on.
It
Did
is?
you hear it? Did you hear
You
it?
see a little T on the bottom?
Yeah, yeah.
A T? You're not getting my feet, are you?
I'm getting very close up. I got to go backwards.
Oh, this. All right, I'll show you how to work the zoom.
Oh, yeah?
The zoom is working by you. No.
This one?
No,
Don't touch that. Don't touch
No.
that.
There's a little seed.
I should have showed you the zoom. Huh? I think you're starting. It's going, John. Now all right, now you're on.
All right.
Now, you're the director.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is Humphrey Bogart, reincarnated aboard the Bermuda Star. Mr. Bogart, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be dead. I gotta introduce you to this lady here, sitting here. Come forward, please, so I get you in camera.
Does that mean I'm Lauren McCall?
Yes, you're Lauren Bacall. All right, would you come forward, please, and do a little thing here? You. Yes. Yes.
All right.
Your last picture, I think were you in an Ernest Hemingway movie at all?
No, you got him quite well. How are you laughing?
The African Queen, I thought, was your last one, right?
You want me to do a little thing?
Yes, I'd like you to do a little...
Focus on my
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, that was your Fred Astaire movie.
You got it.
Yes, okay. Could you give us a few lines from the African Queen?
Oh, the world is one drink tonight.
Very good. Very
I just
good.
learned that yesterday from somewhere.
Uh-huh. And
He also can do the stomach growl from African Queen.
how about we're going to see Casablanca tonight. Is there anything that you can help us with Casablanca?
Anything I can help you with?
Yeah, as far as
Fight against you.
very good.
Why don't you fuckers over here and leave me open?
Hey.
This is the rest of the Rat Pack.
My God.
The Holmby Hills Rat Pack.
You know what I would give $100 for a low-flying pigeon right over here. Right on that thing.
Why?
You don't think
I
that
don't
would
know. But it does bring them out.
Stop looking at me.
I
Look at over there.
You want his shoes?
Nice shoes.
The camera can't focus him. He,
Did you shut it off?
I'm going to shut it off, but you have to finish it off for me here as I wind it up. A few parting words, because the last we'll see of you, Humphrey. Humphrey.
Here's your Humphrey. I didn't get you.
Okay. There's a spot right here.
All right, point to it. Point to it.
Right here.
Hold up your leg a little so I can...
And he does want to show you his underwear because they're filthy.
I got it. I got it. I got the spot.
You got that? The white caps, Frank. Show him how he can explain it.
Here's your white caps. Hello, Peg. How are you?
Zena,
Say something.
Something.
Good, very good. Who writes your script?
Very original. You can throw up. Throw up over the rail. Follow me around with that.
Frank, take our boat station in case it's white.
Where?
Boat station 12.
Well, in case we had the
That was our boat
ship
station.
sinks.
Boat station 12. That's all.
That's where we're supposed
Here's
to
your
be.
boat station.
Survival boat. Point the camera up.
Yeah, John, could I have some narration, please?
This is our boat survival station here. We practiced yesterday. Oh,
No, I do.
okay.
Let me take another one without, in case that lens isn't what it should be, so I get another one without the white lens on it, okay? Why? You just hold that.
Want me to hold this?
Yeah, and I take the ends off it.
Don't drop that. $400, huh? My God.
$4.90.
Jeez. But it looks like it works good, huh?
By the looks of it.
This goes screwing on it, all right?
I don't know. I never did
Yeah,
that.
this
Oh,
actually.
I gotta shut off the power, huh?
Let me check the picture.
Okay.
This is a...
John, get out of the way.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Sure have. Yeah.
This is the port of Key West. We just got in about a half hour ago. Finished eating breakfast. Came out on deck.
The other end is, but the other end is the end of the block or something.
I don't know what that ship is.
You said, don't look so
But it's pretty.
They have that main street that goes right downtown.
This is we're still waiting in the harbor of Key West to disembark. This is what the harbor looks like.
Hey, Frank,
How you doing, Jono?
you can get up to the front. They're allowing you up to the front of the ship.
Well, is there something up there?
You can, magnificent shot. It's like,
Oh yeah, really?
Yeah, it's like a real Barbra Streisand look.
All right, I gotta try that. This very nice view of the harbor is brought to you courtesy of Johnny Francis, who told me to get in front of the boat and up on the high deck so that we can get a good panorama. So, if you like these shots, you can thank Johnny Wicks. If you don't like him, you can go to hell. Cecil B. DeMille, alias John Francisi, told me I ought to take this shot too. So here we go. Up the mast. Oh, glory up there. A little patriotism never hurt anybody. A lot of it did, though, from time to time. And without further ado, say good morning to Johnny. Over there. How'd you sleep, John?
Very good, thank you.
Really? Everything all right?
Cabin 708. Very good.
Don't give away too much to our viewing public
I'm
because...
so happy you brought this Sony with you, and this is great. Great to have this all photographed. In years to come, year 2001, watching this. What year is this?
John, you get very sentimental in the morning. Jesus.
Take a look at the two keys there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the upper and lower.
Yeah. This is the Key West part.
You're making me shake.
Oh, I left one of my keys back in the cabin.
You just threw the shot, John.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, are you really, truly sorry?
Yes.
I mean, really? Okay.
To get the green ocean water, Frank, that's really part of it.
All right, from here you can't see it too good. Maybe later on. This is a shot from the deck. Sailboat just pulling alongside. Oh, that's enough of that. Well, guess I'm a sucker for a sailboat. Here it is again, right? Wonder if you can see the guys on deck. Almost. Johnny on the prowl. Take the pictures, running all around to get the right angles. There he goes, ladies and gentlemen, let's follow him. He's got the right shot. And there he goes. And bingo! All right.
That building is affectionately known as Old 91. It was built back in 1891. Take a look at the roof of that building. You see, when the government had that building made, they didn't know much about the climate here in Key West. So that building was made with those sloped roofs to help keep down the accumulation of snow so that the building wouldn't collapse. A fine job here in sunny Key West, huh? Over there they have over $60 million worth of gold and treasure on display, which was salvaged up off the two sunken galleons, the Atocha and the Santa Margarita. They also allow you there to pick up a 6.5-pound solid gold bar. Of course, you have to put that back down before you leave. To our left now is the famous Audubon House, built back in 1830. That's where Mr. John Geiger first owned, and later Mr. John Audubon came there and wrote his famous book about all the birds of America. Central Street. Those are the gates any president visiting Key West would have to go through to gain access to the little White House. The last on our left, there it is. That's the southernmost home. Now, this home belonged to Judge Harrison. He was a very wealthy man. Back in the old days, that home cost him $90,000 to build. I'd hate to imagine what it would cost to build a home like that today. Now, he was such a wealthy man that if you were a friend of his and you came down to visit, he wouldn't allow you to live in one of those rooms up there. No, instead, what he would do, rather, is give you one of his 3 homes coming up straight ahead to our right to live in while you were down on vacation. Now, if you can look a little further ahead of us, coming up on our left, you'll see a pink wall. Now, where that pink wall is, a lady recently purchased a home, and she figured since it was further down, that she now owns the southernmost home. Well, there's a lot of arguing going on, a lot of bickering, So finally they had to have surveyors come in and settle all this and survey all the land. Yet when all the surveying was done, Judge Harrison's outback at the corner was still 6 inches more southerly. Now we're at the southernmost point, and from this point you're actually closer to Cuba than you are Miami. Now the sign out there reads 90 miles to Cuba, but I've got to be honest, folks, that's not quite true. You see, from this point, you're 68 miles from Mariel, Cuba. You're 90 miles from Havana, Cuba. Now we're at the southernmost point here, and here's a spot you can come to later and get yourself a souvenir conch shell. And Mr. Key can tell you all about these shells out here. He's been doing it for many years. Let's see if he's going to blow a conch shell for us here. Listen up. Give me my hand, folks. That's the conch shell. In Key West, they call you a Key West conch. Now, if you're a tourist and you moved out here for 7 years because you like it, they call you a freshwater conch. Now, if you're a young guy and you play football or boxing or any sports here in Key West, they call our team the Fighting Conchs. Now, what do you think they call the girls who cheerlead for them? Conchettes. That's right. Now, they make conch steak, conch chowder, conch soup, conch fritters. You can even eat it raw from the shell. For you gentlemen, I understand it's a very good aphrodisiac. They say it puts it back.
Now this is the main commercial center in Key West here.
We did that about 4 years ago. That boat went down in that day.
There's the girls walking along one of the streets in Key West. Real puppy-like, as you can see. Real puppy-like. Too bad we can't pick up the sound from here. Nice truck. This is at the United States Military Museum here in Key West. And that's the two-man submarine that was captured during the war just outside in the harbor. It's a little shady under there. I don't know if you can see it that well. And that's it. This is a shot of the torpedo, or a torpedo. I don't know if it came off that two-man sub. I doubt it. This is the very famous Ernest Hemingway home, and very hard to take a picture here because he's got so many trees surrounding the place. I guess he liked his privacy. And I'm taking this standing on my tiptoes outside of a 5.5-foot brick wall. But for what it's worth, you can see a little bit of it. Angle. Here's some more of it from another angle. Again, I'm standing on tiptoes. Nobody's on a balcony this morning. I don't know, somebody. Tourists. Here's the main entrance. I'm beginning to get bored with the Hemingway house here, but I guess it's pretty nice inside. And for some strange reason, There's a lighthouse on top of this military museum here. And so much for the lighthouse. I have some narration.
Could you tell us what's happening?
Yeah.
Huh? Give us a little, Channel 7. We'll be on Channel 7. Huh? Channel 7.
What do I do there? Just sing it?
Hey, yeah, you might be auditioning. You never know.
All right, it's nothing much. That's the whole pilot booth up there.
Right? You get
In
loaded?
another half hour or so, he's going to go up, and then that's what's going to take him off. He was bringing that little package coming in that I left behind.
Uh-huh. Say this is one of the 10 best days of the year?
Right now, well, I would say.
It was.
Yeah. Because it was not overhot, and then it had the rain.
Right.
He was okay.
Terrific.
Very lucky.
Yeah,
Very good.
Last week, was it raining here?
It was raining, but then it was windy.
Windy.
Yeah. Windy.
What's your job, security?
So I'm the boatman on here. I'm the boatman.
Oh, I see.
Outside maintenance complete.
I see.
My job in charge. I got 23 besides myself. Work for me. I got 23 men.
Beautiful country to work in.
Yeah, right now it is. Sure is. A lot better than far than north. Even 2 weeks ago in New Orleans was not really nice.
We were hearing about that.
It really was.
Freezing. Very rough. I hope now it's getting a little better.
Yeah, it's better. I think you're in for a good trip.
Every once in a while you can go for a bar. You can see this. Yeah, when you took
Go
so
ahead,
many
John.
of us.
Go ahead, run into the auto, boy.
Away from that boat over there. Put the snow away. Out.
You're hiding in.
That would be nice.
All right.
An hour and a half this time.
Yeah, she's looking for you guys.
I think they're flushing.
Where is she?
I don't know.
Did you push the button? John?
Huh?
You push the button?
Is it on? Yeah, it's moving. So,
There's a little T at the bottom of the picture.
yeah, it's on.
The one-eyed cameraman.
Can you see the water, John?
Yes.
It's green.
Yes.
Beautiful color.
You know, I tell you, if you can move over here, I want to catch you on this side here.
How's that?
Toward the back, yeah, some land.
I
Okay.
like to tell you, he's not aiming at us at all.
Yeah, I got you in the center. Okay. All right, Frank. As
All
far
right.
as, yeah.
What, Cecil? What do you want?
Okay, what I want you to do is a little bit of conversation here. Okay?
Hi.
Yes.
Hi.
Oh, well, very nice to meet you.
Yeah. Well, how was that?
That's very good.
Thank you.
You found the keys
We found
unlocking.
Florida keys.
Get out. That's it. That's it. Push the button.
I had you perfect. That's perfect. Oh, that's a good shot. Can you get a still of the shot?
All right, I'll meet you in the Starlight Lounge.
A still?
All right, narration, John.
Okay, one of nature's spectacular sights. coming from the green to the blue. As we pass through it, you can see the green in the background and the very beautiful blue.
I got the dividing line, right?
And the dividing line is right there, right across. Magnificent.
What causes that, John?
Did not cost you a penny.
What causes that, John?
That,
Explain it to me.
underneath the coral sand reflects the green. This part here becomes earth underneath.
Now wrong.
And I'm wrong. You tell us, John. John Micucci will give us a National Geographic of this.
The water where the green is much shallower. This is the deep water.
This is the deep water.
Now the pilot will leave us.
Now the
Once
pilot.
we're down at the deep water.
Okay, John. Thank you. Thanks very much. That's
quite
beautiful.
right.
You catching it, Frank?
I got it, John.
What's your observation, Frank? What thoughts come to mind when you see that?
It's freaking weird. I got it good.
Do you know, this is where the bluefish came into existence.
You want to take a picture? You want to take a picture of the captain? He's running back.
Good afternoon, Captain. How are you?
Not bad, not bad. We have a little TV work here.
Yeah, good.
Hey, Frank, this is magnificent right here. You see it now, right?
Yeah, you can see it.
It's like somebody threw a bucket of blue paint in there.
Pull ahead, too.
Oh, you heard that? You heard that? Torpedoes.
You're making me shake the camera, John.
Wait. Thank you. They did that.
Can I have some narration, John?
Yes, that's the new pilot. Actually, new pilot for the Mets.
Oh, you bad.
Going to Fort Lauderdale spring training in '85. The Mets will take it in '85, of course. It's going right into that green, and he will disappear. There's an ancient legend. Boy, that looks like another world out there, huh?
It's pretty.
Look. Beautiful boat. Beautiful.
Some more narration,
You
John?
got the pool, Frank? A shot of the pool?
Good idea.
Being filled up.
Being filled up now.
Except it looks like disgusting water.
Right.
No, that's the seawater.
That's the soup of the day in there.
Is that right?
What do they say? The jour?
Soup de jour.
Soup de jour.
Boy, your nose is full of the whole goddamn screen over there.
Take off your
It's
glasses.
better than my stomach filling it.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Frank, I see Carl Malden down there. Can you get a shot of his nose? That green is some hot dogs. We get some hot dogs. She's got some hot dogs.
Say that again, John.
What does the red star mean?
Sailor's delight, mermaid's fright.
What does the blue star mean?
It means mabafando man.
Ah, good.
Well, John, I got your flash popping there.
Somebody flashed? Look at that, Frank. This is the biggest goalpost in the world here. The biggest goalpost in the world. If you want to 2-pointer. That's all right. Play that game?
Oh, it says all that.
Are you coming?
Yeah, but naturally he's not calling the numbers now.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Is everybody set for one line? One line now are the 4 corners. One straight line are 4 corners. One straight line are the 4 corners. The line can be horizontal, vertical, or diagonal. Any place. Or 1 card for $3. 2 for 5 is the buy. Okay. And the first number is under. 1 line or 4 corners. The free space is good. You can move that.
That's amazing.
Yes, that's excellent.
That girl moved in front of him 4 times.
Oh, 62, oh, 62. B12, B12. I16, I16, 1-6. G60, G60. B11, B11.
Fisher is a 27-year-old lady. She was built in 1958. She was born in 1958. In Mississippi, Pascagoula, she was launched in 1958. It's very simple instruments we have. All the other ships, even the most sophisticated ones, they have the same instruments here. The shape are different, but the manufacturer are the same. The most ancient instrument used in navigation is the compass, magnetic compass. It's said to be around for more than 2,000 years. This is the magnetic compass. It's called the pinnacle. The compass is inside. Let's remove this. You can see it's a bottle filled with alcohol. There is this card, very, very fine at the point to avoid friction. And under these cards, very light cards, there are very tiny rods of magnetite or lodestone. These rods, these magnetite or lodestone, they have the property of aligning themselves with the magnetic field of the Earth. This magnetic field of the Earth varies from place to place and from year to year. In a cycle of 100 years, it comes back again, with the distance, and also it can be moved on these sensors, ground to the compass. We have correctors for vertical soft iron, which introduced by vertical soft iron. It's indicating here 225 degrees, magnetic, and we do have a electronic device which indicates the true north. It's the gyroscope. It's indicating here 200. This is not here, he's in a special room, and we have 5 repeaters on the bridge. We have these 2 here, one right in front. We can use it for taking bearings. There is this circle, this ring on top of it. We can move it and take bearings of any celestial body or any other ships or lighthouse. And then we have on the outside of the bridge, all the instruments we have here, we have those consoles on each side of the bridge. We have a wheel, that the wheel, instead of being a round thing there, it's just a small 2 inches tall. And we are on the automatic pilot. After clearing the river or the port, the channel, we set the course we want. We adjust for weather condition, and every hour we check our position and we adjust the course. We have 227 miles on our port side. Port side is the left side of the ship. Right side is starboard side. And I don't know why they call these port side starboard side. another instrument we have. Other things that we do, other things I don't know what they call it. In every language they have strange names. Instead of calling right side and left side, they have a strange name. Other, yes, you see this thruster. False thruster is the propeller we have in the center line of the ship forward. That propeller works athwart ships. It moves the bow of the ship from side to side, and the company can save some money in tow. And when we at anchor, if we have rough weather, we can also provide a lead for the tender, moving the bow of the ship. Down, below, beside the tunnel, it works like this. We have two huge propellers aft through. They are 17.6 feet each one, 37,000 pounds or 32.7, 37. Two small wings that protrude from the shell of the ship, 3 meters long, 9 feet approximately, and they work as they stabilize an airplane. Hello. Yeah.
I gotta answer the telephone.
This is obviously for the navigation light. Every ship after sunset and before sunrise must show certain lights. If her length is bigger than 150 feet, 150 meters, she has to show 3 white lights and 1 red and 1 green light. The red on the left side and the green on the right side. So at night, if we see these lights, we can say at the side of the ship, which is bigger and the course is steering. All ships on the right side, you see, they have the right of the way. The ships on the left side, they have to give us the right of way. And there are certain ships that, according to what they are doing, they cannot alter their course. Then they show special lights or special shapes during the day. Then, no matter which side they are, we have to maneuver for them. We have flags here for signaling our intention, for requiring assistance, requiring a pilot to tell that we have a pilot on board, to tell that there is a diver working underwater. This one here is alpha flag, blue and white. It indicates there is someone working under the water. Red flag, tell that we have dangerous cargo on board. We are taking bunkers or giving bunkers. Then we post non-smoking signs. We use only fuel for them. In this room here we have some stability instruments. There is one officer in charge of this. Every day he calculates the ship's stability. If the ship is able to come back to the upright position after being having his position altered by seas and wind and whatever. Panama Canal, Suez Canal. And if you go through this area here, I'll show you the radar we have told us. We can see up to 96.
Playa del Carmen. Getting on the boat.
Did you get the Veracruz?
What the hell is the Veracruz?
You didn't see the Veracruz?
We're pulling away from the Star. That's because the Playa del Carmen on the
Clean that water is, Frank.
Isn't it something?
They're not clean. Look right to the bottom.
How about that? Wonder what hotel is that? That is.
I see,
Maybe Tulum was built on this particular part of the peninsula of Yucatan, facing to the sea, like a seaport or maybe like a commercial port. Remember that the Mayas people, they were very good travelers. And it said that these Mayas people, they used to move from this coast to the other side of the Caribbean Sea. You know, the city of Tulum, it is not a pure Maya city. Tulum was built by two different groups, by Maya people that came from Guatemala. Anything about the origin of white people. When the Toltecas arrived to the peninsula of Yucatan in the 6th century after Christ, and they met the Maya people, fought with the Mayas. They conquered the Mayas, and then they mixed with the Mayas. After the Mayas and the Toltecs mixed together, then the Maya people, they have to learn new things from the invaders, like ceremonies, a new technique to build temples, a new decoration of the building, and sacrifice. For the Mayas, for the Toltecs here, and the people never practice human sacrifice. You know, so the city of Tulum, it was built and after Jesus Christ was built. All the temples that you can see inside the wall, they were only used for religious purposes, for ceremonies. Some of them were used as tombs, you know, but not for living. Any of this is not building. People, the population of Tulum, they used to live always around the world in thatched roof houses, and the same type of houses that we see today. And they said that just the royalty people were allowed to live inside of this religious city, inside the wall, but they never used, or they didn't use the temples. So the royalty people, they also live in those kinds of homes. About a year ago, people were discovered. Before the only tombs that were found in the left were found the first time during the first year of the map was uncovered, inside they found an skeleton. It was an skeleton the skeleton, and this one you can see a hole over there, and that was the place where the logs were placed, you know. They were locked together, you know, placed together, and then the Maya people, they put like a layer, you know, concrete, you know, on the top of the wood. So by the time the wood of the roof decayed, then everything caved in or collapsed and disappeared. You know, these temples that the Maya people used, they were always covered with stucco, they were plastered and painted with many beautiful colors. Over here, you know, a lot of the color is missing, but over there I will show you some of the red and also of the yellow color over there. But before we move to the other place, let me show this temple. This building right here, it is the one that has sun god coming down to the ground. For other people, is the rain coming down to the ground. And for other people, that is the fertility god. It's a baby. That figure upside down, it is representing a child birth. This is because of these other small figures that you can see in each side of the big upside down. But this is better. You can see the feet right here, the legs, the body, the arms, and the hands. But this figure is all surrounded with this symbol that could be a piece of rope or maybe a serpent, or could be the umbilical cord of the baby. Yeah, right here. So,
that's one of the, I guess that's the main temple here in Tulum. Again, I'm not too close to the guide, so he'll tell us what it's about later. And if you want to find out, come out on a trip.
the platform over there, just on the other side of you, is a religious platform. It's a sacrificial platform. My friends, according to the conquistadores, because the conquistadores, the Spanish people, they lived among the Mayan people for many years.
Look at that unbelievable
These
interest.
people, they saw part of the culture and the way how these people live.
From the top of the highest temple here, I'm still trying to catch my breath. It's really beautiful. This is the view from the other side of the same temple. I guess we're about 150 feet up.
Your film is cheap here. You know it? Your film, well, the on board was,
And that's our group down there. I don't think Peggy's going to make it up here. That's our group way down there. They're still at that other temple, what the hell ever that's called. There's a guide. He said he's 80% Mayan. There's Peg. Johnny Francis. And Anina. I don't know where the hell John McCucci is. But he's around. Tell you, these steps are pretty damn steep.
You're right. Okay, Bill.
They really are. Pretty high up. Hope I'm panning slow enough for you.
The story of Auntie
If not,
Bean, you know, when he was taking
scratch
the
my
picture. Wait for these people to
This place is really run down. Now there's old McCooch. There he is. It's another view of that main temple that I just climbed out. It's one spooky hell of a climb, I'll tell you. Doesn't look like much. Woo! There's Ann and Johnny getting near the top. All right, wait till they try and come down. There's old John.
What happens there?
This is the view just behind that temple with the long stairway. I'm back on ground, thank God. I don't know what these plants are, but they look very Mexican. Look at that water, unbelievable water out there. Ready or not?
Look at a sunstroke. Wait.
Look who's last. Look who's last.
Where's Gloria? I never. Gosh, she's up there already.
Is that Fred Astaire?
I think
is that
it is.
Fred Astaire?
Oh, look, he's getting away. Hey, Fred, come on back here.
Fred, I see your shoes, your dancing shoes.
Got your dancing shoes on? Come on, Fred. Hello, look, that's it. La 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 la.
Okay, good.
Very good.
Hey.
What do we do?
Put your head on my pillow. Hold me close to you, darling.
Oh, very nice. Nobody knows the words?
And we walk around the pillow. We're walking around the pillow. Give me a hand. Put your head on my pillow.
They're going to get cursed for this from the Mayan gods. The Mayan gods are going to make you all have another kid. I guarantee it.
Yeah. What is it? This is the palace, the highest point in the area.
That's the palace of Guguchileo.
Yes, it's the highest where all the priests hung out.
Nice. Yeah.
Every Friday they play poker.
John, I'm swinging over to the beach now. A little bit of romantic.
Very, very pleasant day.
Just got the garbage can perfect there.
The palm trees. See some of the coconuts here?
Yeah,
Shot
yeah.
of the coconut
Yeah,
right there.
there's one right next to me.
There's one right over here for you. And that
Wait,
place
see what?
is what? That's the, I think that's McDonald's. Where's the audience?
You got it? Thank God for the zoom lens.
Yeah.
That's our first iguana of the trip. All right.
You want an iguana?
The day of the iguana. Say something. I don't know if you can see all the fishes through this very clear water here. Yeah. Very clear water. This is the Xel-Há Lagoon, where there is no sand to lie on. There are no chairs to sit on. And it's almost impossible to get into the water unless you're willing to jump in from a hard rock. But otherwise, it's a very beautiful place. I didn't explore yet.
Well, you got to give us some commentary.
Well, some pictures are worth 1,000 words. Well, we're still at the lagoon. See if you can pick up those fishes there under the water. Yellow stripes. Saw a blue one before. Oh, there he is. Doing, Peg? Are you having a good time?
Yes.
How do you like this place?
Beautiful. The beach is gorgeous.
Where are we?
Playa del Carmen.
The beach at Playa del Carmen?
Prompting me? Yes.
Well, I don't know.
The
Maybe
water is beautiful, very salty, very blue, aqua, warm, beautiful.
Just like you. I know. I will. I just filming, you know, taking a few little Cecil B. DeMille shots here. I think Ulrich is right.
He just sucked his belly in.
Ulrich is right behind you. You saved the film. God bless you. I hope you have a good time.
You know, whatever I can do is for that.
Ernie, you think Mark?
God bless you.
Oh, yeah, put that behind her?
No.
That's the Bermuda Star on the left way out there. And the Veracruz on the right. You make me shake the camera.
Okay.
You run out of tape. You run out of tape. I got an extra tape for you.
Oh, thanks. No, I don't know. Oh, I don't know what ship that is, but it's bigger than ours, I think. That's John and Ann. Water here and where you come from. They're looking at the boats. Dismissed it, folks. goes down pretty fast. We just stepped out of our cabin and noticed it, and there it goes. All right. This is Cozumel. We just landed. And I'm standing on a street meridian looking toward the sea. And there's our ship. And when I turn around the other way, you'll see all the stores, or some of them. Close up to the ship.
You're not gonna be able to get a shot like this with the beachfront.
Some narration, John. I need narration.
Yeah. Well, this is a narration avenue. We have the Carlos and Charles, the place that was given to us, recommended by. Looking down, I think it's toward the middle of town. We got off at the tender here, worked ourselves over to the first bench, and here we're staying until we find the first store opens up at 9 o'clock.
Uh-huh. Who told us, John, that it opened at 8:30? What?
First name's Sean.
Where does he come from? Where does Sean come from?
Ireland.
I see, and we believed it.
We did.
We deserve it.
Of course, you definitely had him pegged from the beginning, Frank.
Well, I have experience in that area. Hey, ladies. Hello there.
I heard what you were saying about Sean.
Good. I was meant...
Notice nobody Italian has any
It was meant for your tender ears, my dear.
No one Italian has any not on the ship at all. They couldn't navigate.
Certainly. Neither could Christopher Columbus. We all know that. Signing off. Found out the mystery. That's a shrimp boat out there, and it's not trouble. And that's the sun setting out there. I hope it's not hurting the lens. She goes. Little narration, John.
Oh, geez. Sunset to the west.
Excuse me.
We have a little shrimp boat going to the left there, and we thought it was a lost ship. And as it slowly sets, another day has gone by. Another day, a wonderful vacation. We have 2 more days left, back to New Orleans, and this site will be gone until the next time we come back. And as we say, good night. And the sun sets. And it sets. And it slowly sets.
And nothing comes out because it's too dark.
Yeah, it's too dark?
I don't know.
No, you didn't.
No.
I didn't have any problem with my camera. I only got 50. That film was rolling ASA.
Come back tomorrow, son. As little Off and Annie said.
What? Did I have that? Beep, 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 beep.
It's all over. All right. All right, get the set. Move the set out. Get those props. Get the boat.
There's Peggy watching the sun set, wishing she had a few more quarters for the slot machine.
Well, you're too cheap to give her a few.
I'll give her a few later.
Give it to him, Peg. Peg, give a signal for dinner.
Well, we're back in New Orleans again. Just disembarked a little while ago, and they took us right on a tour of the city. And the procedure for getting off the boat was marvelous. Now we're at a cemetery, the first stop on the tour. Please don't look at focus.
Now look over here. Look at the United Slavonian Benevolent Association. 1876. Look at the Slavonian writing. More than down here. Gallier, we call him Gallier. He wasn't named Gallier. His name was Gallier. He was an Irish. And we gave him a French sounding name. We called him Gallier. And he was lost. You see. A great architectural drawing in the Greek Bible. Many of our homes and villages were designed by him. And this is a monument to Galilei's memory. I love the keyhole. Oh, that's empty, my lord. Oh, that's empty. Don't worry, you're not going to see a thing. They're not going to do that to you. That's empty. Empty, empty, empty. Why would they take this stuff out? They're taking it out. They take it remain. Oh, yeah, then they're not going to show them like that. Ooh, that's nice. Well, I'll probably have a bunch of books. Too bad. It's like the,
This is the New Orleans Park. We just made a little stop for people to have a drink or wash their hands. And this is their park. Very pretty. Looks like swans, ducks, however. That's some kind of a fancy gazebo. And there's a tree over here you can see that's so old most of its branches are touching the ground. You can see the gang through the swings here.
Bullet cured the down ground. And he called the Carol over and said, "Achevez-moi," in other words, dispatch me. And he was very painted. And the Carol said, "I never fire on a ball and bow." He stowed away from him after the end of the duel, but he died. That years later, same day as the surgeon.
Well, we're back in New Orleans again. We just finished lunch. I had a muffaletta. Peggy had a oyster po' boy. We also had a dozen oysters, and it was great. And there's the church again, Jackson Square again. The weather turned from a very cloudy, foggy day to a very beautiful day. Very beautiful. Horse and buggies take you ride around town for a few bucks. Very picturesque. And if you're not cheap like me, you take it. I hear Basin Street in the distance. I shall go and investigate. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Who's that gentleman over there?
That's Charles Edward Dean.
He's the greatest. Are you as good as him yet?
No.
All right.
But, ladies and gentlemen, introducing the youngest working trumpeter in New Orleans, Louisiana. He comes all the way from across the river on his red Tennessee. Down in City Hall, the mayor calls him Little Satchmo. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Little Eddie.
Thank you. This is the view from our hotel room window at the Hilton in New Orleans. And as you can see, we
Got a very nice view of the bend in the Mississippi River. And there's the other side of the hotel. Not too interesting. And tied up at the dock here is one of the Mississippi steamboats. I don't know the name of that. Do you, Peg?
The Creole Queen.
This one right here?
Mm-hmm.
That's the Creole Queen. How about that?
Coming over that looks like the Natchez.
And coming toward us there is another one, which we think
Paddleboat wheel here.
the Natchez. What we're doing here is we're waiting for the Bermuda Star to pass. Which we hope it does shortly. It's not a bad view. Here's the Natchez again. Coming right under our window.
We were on that last time we were in New Orleans. We took a ride on that.
Oh yeah, so we did. And this is the moment we've been waiting for. The Bermuda Star is going to be passing our hotel window. Can you see it, Pat?
Yep. Beautiful. Oh, she looks so beautiful. Oh, look, a lot of people.
We ought to have some Hawaiian music or something.
Oh, she looks beautiful.
That's a biggie.
Yeah.
And it's a goodie. Did you enjoy your trip, Peg?
Oh, I loved it. It was absolutely wonderful.
Really?
Yep.
All right.
It was very good. I enjoyed it more than I thought I was going to.
That's because I was there.
Yes, of course.
Certainly.
No, she was good. Look how they turn, how beautiful. I wish I was back on it.
You do?
Oh,
Didn't you have enough? You had a whole week.
No, I would like another week.
I can't make out anybody on deck, can you?
How do they turn it, Frank,
With the steering wheel. So how do you mean?
I didn't see a wheel when we were on the bridge. There was no wheel. A little small little thing. No big ship's wheel. I wish we could hear it.
Well, hum a tune.
No, it blew its whistle, but it was so muted.
Oh, you heard it?
Yeah, by the window, yes.
That's pretty good.
I hope they have this
There
little
she goes. You hope what?
Hope they have as good a time as we did.
You can't play some Hawaiian music, can you? Because I'm fading out now.
Mexican music.
Oh, Mexican? What the hell ever. Maybe one last zoom in. And that will be that.
The end of this vacation.
Would you care to sing a little tune? No? Nothing? Auld Lang Syne? Funiculi Funicula? Goodbye, Captain Torn. We'll miss you.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Sean.
That's the telephone in our room. Our friends are probably trying to find out if we're alive or dead.
Thank you.
That's true. I must be going now. But it gives me a good feeling to think that we'll be able to visit again together. It's such a good feeling to know you're alive. It's such a happy feeling. You're growing inside, and when you wake up ready to say, I think I'll make us snappy today. It's such a good feeling, a very good feeling, the feeling you know that we're friends, and I like you just the way you are. I'm thankful for you. Bye-bye.
People of the Sears Roebuck Foundation and the Corporation for Public Broadcasting.
If not inspired fashion. But no matter what the final shape of the bill, we must recognize that there are issues beyond its control, questions that extend beyond our own borders. Economic sanctions and other internal devices may slow the present flow of peoples to our shores, but laws will never stop the truly desperate. The Haitian boats may be working relics of an age-long past, but the spirit that drives them to our shores is as timeless as the wind that fills their sails.
But the boats is fantastic. We could learn from the way they build boats. Very simple with hand tools. We can learn from these people, just like all other races. I don't say bring all Haitians here. I say give all groups a chance.
In the end, many of the boats that brought the Haitians here have become legal problems themselves.
I couldn't legally sell it because it wasn't legally entered into the country under Customs 1300 series. And if it's not claimed by the owner, it has to be destroyed. So we find a boat in the same situation that the refugees are. They're not legally in the country. And so you have to take them back out again.
This program was made possible by a grant from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting.
Are you a member of the Communist Party? Or have you ever been a member?
The America of the 50s. On June 19, 1953, Julius and Ethel Rosenberg were put to death. They were said to have stolen the secret of the atomic bomb. Now, newly released FBI documents suggest there was no secret. If there was no secret, then what was their crime? Join us as we re-examine the unquiet death of Julius and Ethel Rosenberg.
Coming July 4th at 9 here on 21.
I would like to have a little information.
310 downstairs, track 104.
July 4th at 10:30 here on 21. This is Channel 21, WLIW, Garden City, New York.
Inside Albany is made possible by the public television stations of New York and the New York Network. Additional support provided by the Energy Association of New York State, comprising the 7 investor-owned electric companies of New York.
obvious that government is not living up to its obligation? Doesn't
I have every confidence in the leadership on both sides of the aisle that they will arrive at a solution. And I think
Russia was supposed to be fighting for our rights as homeowners.
The highest seat in the greatest state, in the greatest nation.
Generally, I think what's happened is we are very close to having finished the shopping. You know, we've been talking about this all year. There are all kinds of choices, all kinds of possibilities, and you compare this set of possibilities, and you shop. You shop for the best arrangement you can make. The shopping is almost over. You know, the store is going to close in a little while. It's time to decide whether or not to buy.
I think we're moving forward. There's some discussions going on today, some more tomorrow. I'm still aiming at finishing up this week.
I would say there is no way to adjourn this week.
Stanley, what sort of agreements were reached today? Any?
No.
Good evening. That's the way Assembly Speaker Stanley Fink saw things at the midpoint of what could be the final week of the 1983 legislative session. The three most powerful men at Albany, Stanley Fink, the governor, and Senate Majority Leader Warren Anderson, are doing their end-of-the-session tango, a dance that features bargaining behind closed doors, hallway news conferences, and then everybody joins in for the big finale of nonstop floor debate. At taping time, a number of major issues, including Medicaid financing, pension reform, criminal sentencing, and unemployment insurance benefits, have all been settled. We'll tell you all about them. There are still some loose ends, of course. We'll tell you as much as we know about tying them up. And Peg begins with one of them.
Most of the issues that were resolved this week have been long anticipated, so the governor threw in a surprise. He announced a settlement with the major oil companies over the state's disputed gross receipts tax. The oil companies had refused to pay the tax and had gone to court. They said it was unconstitutional. The governor made this a personal battle and said he was going to make the oil companies pay up. On Monday, he said the fight had well been worth it.
It's a very important item. It's a big number. A lot of things turn on it. It's an important, one of the most important settlements this state has ever made in its history.
Under the agreement, the oil companies will pay the state $555 million in disputed taxes. But that's instead of the $735 million the state said they owed. In return, the state will impose a new 3% gross receipts tax on all the oil companies in the state. And this tax could result in a 6-cent a gallon hike in gasoline prices this summer. Cuomo had harsh words for the oil companies when the tax dispute arose, and he seemed to have taken a tough line in the negotiations that led to the settlement.
What I said to the oil companies was, I want to assure the revenue flow. I want to get everything we can get from the oil companies honorably. I want to see a new situation occur where you have a new tax that is fair to the people of this state, but that you will not oppose and have no grounds to oppose. And I want the money you owe us without staying in court.
Cuomo said he wanted an out-of-court settlement because there was so much litigation on this issue in so many courts that it would be hard to have a definitive ruling. Cuomo termed the agreement excellent, and he downplayed the possibility that the oil companies would pass the tax along to consumers at the gas pump.
Right now, it appears, and any lawyer who had to guess would say it's illegal. You can't require them to pass on, and that's the position the oil, you can't stop them from passing on. That's the position the oil company would take. Therefore, theoretically, they can pass on. But now the question becomes a practical one. What's the market like? What's the competition like? Can they really afford to pass it on? Would they economically? Well, certainly it's not as likely that they would in this kind of market as it was a little bit ago.
The governor also seemed to indicate that the legislature would consider his new tax favorably. But Thursday, Senator Anderson indicated otherwise.
I have no objection to the settlement. I have an objection to the increase in the gross receipts tax at the level the governor wants.
And so, what's your
That's not part of the settlement, in my view.
Okay. Are you saying you will not pass the new 3% tax then?
That's our position, yes.
Okay. Anderson said he would keep existing levies, which added up to a 2% gross receipts tax, but he would not add more. When the speaker emerged, reporters asked if he could live with that.
Could I live with going to stay with 2% gross receipts? I could probably. I'd struggle through and live with that if the governor wanted it that way.
The governor spoke to reporters shortly after that, and he did not want it that way at all.
If you do it at 2%, we would be, if you assume only 16 of the 18 companies are in, and we don't pick up the other 2, we would be $48 million in the hole.
If that's the case, reporters asked if Cuomo had tied passage of the new gross receipts tax to additional aid the legislature wanted for upstate cities. In other words, was he saying no new tax, no aid?
I'm not saying to them, if you do the oil, we then will do. It doesn't follow that way, but obviously if they give me my whole package, we have $28 million more to talk about. If they don't, well then I don't see where you get the money.
Well, that's where we were late Thursday afternoon. The governor holding out for a 3% gross receipts tax, the Senate saying, nope, 2% is all we'll go. A compromise seems to be in the works at taping time, a 2 3/4% gross receipts tax with a 2-year sunset or expiration date. Reasonable, cooler heads are prevailing, and they may get the money for the programs they want.
Reasonable cooler heads have prevailed all year and are much in evidence this week, which makes probably for better public policy, but it sure makes it more boring for all of us who are trying to cover this. It's been quite a dull session in terms of public excitement, and this has to be one of the quietest ends of session we've ever seen, at least up to now.
So far, yeah, so far. I think also the governor brought it all back on Thursday to the budget. That was passed way back in March on time, and everybody clapped each other on the back. And now the legislature, some of them, are sneaking in some new programs, AIDS aid and herd city aid that's needed, and the governor's saying, how can I pay for it if you don't give me some more money?
Well, I think that's what a lot of the behind-the-scenes stuff has been about, you know, grabbing for whatever they can get. But one politically powerful force managed to get money out of the legislature this week. The public employee unions won a major victory and got reform of the Tier 3 pension plan. That means more liberal pension benefits for them. But it took a few final skirmishes. Last week, the Senate Republicans passed their version of Tier 3 reform, and then the governor suggested some proposals to make it even more liberal. Senator Anderson said no way the governor's proposals would double the cost. But as this week began, Governor Cuomo was still calling for some negotiations.
You can write it 2 ways. You can say the piece that Speaker Fink in the Assembly passed that I asked for, Tier 3, the amendments, are twice as expensive as Senator Anderson's. But look at it this way. If we get the 14,000 reduction, that's $325 million in salary and $95 million in extra benefits. That's over $400 million in savings. $400 million in savings. And if you took then $30 million as against over $400 million, how big a piece is that?
Well, it was too big for Senator Anderson. He said the governor's proposals might wind up costing 3 to 4 times as much as his reforms. Anderson said if the governor did not take the Republican plan, he would simply extend the current Tier 3 system. On Tuesday, he moved to do just that.
I want to say that I regret that we have come to this position. I think the public employees of the state are entitled to better treatment at the hands of this legislature and this governor. But I want the record to show that the Senate of the state of New York gave the public employees fair treatment.
For all that, Anderson admitted that he thought the current Tier 3 plan is faulty. The Democrats agreed. And Senate Minority Leader Manfred Orenstein asked Anderson to reconsider and go back to negotiating.
I don't think this was a question of one-upsmanship. I think it's a question of saying, look, you've come up with a good suggestion. We have some other things we would like you to look at. Now let's negotiate. To therefore then take this macho stand that it's our bill or nobody's bill. We are the incorporation of all wisdom in this capital. I think that is unreasonable. I think it's irrational. And it doesn't behoove the kind of work product that you've put out.
The bill to extend the current Tier 3 plan passed, of course, and shortly after that, the leaders met with the governor. Anderson made it clear on his way into the meeting he was not budging.
Are you still open to negotiation on Tier 3 now that you've passed an extender?
That's a a dead issue as far as I'm concerned.
After the meeting, Anderson said it was still dead. And Assembly Speaker Stanley Fink made it clear that the governor would have to take the lead in resolving the breakdown.
My position from the very beginning publicly and my conference's position was to be supportive of the administration of the governor on that. And obviously I'm waiting for him to make the call. We just didn't get to that on today's agenda. I assume it will be discussed tomorrow when he has a chance to digest what actions the Senate has taken. But we are waiting for the governor's call on that bill.
On Wednesday, the governor said he was listening to what the unions had to say on Tier 3.
Well, I want to make it very clear that what they say is not decisive, but it's relevant. You know, it's obviously a voice. They speak, presumably immediately for the working people who are involved, and it's relevant to know what they say. And it does affect the political process here, as you know. There is, to this point, as I read it, a division of opinion between and among union leaders as of yesterday. So I want to see if that's true today. And if they have coalesced, I think that's relevant. That's something that gets considered. I will consider it.
A spokesman for the CSEA suggested, however, that Cuomo made his proposals to scuttle Tier 3 reform. Cuomo denied it.
And if the CSEA is willing to sell out the state corrections offices, that's their concern. And if they can stand up and say, yes, we ought to have a special position for the corrections officers, treat them differently. I understood they were public employees, the corrections officers.
The Civil Service Employees Association was quick to tell the governor what it would like him to consider.
We would like the governor's amendments to be withdrawn and the Anderson bill to be passed by both the Senate and the Assembly. The amendments can be taken up and considered separately.
And the governor did just that. Cuomo announced soon after that he had asked the Assembly to pass the Republican Tier 3 bill, then pass his proposal separately. Cuomo was also realistic about the chance his proposals had in the Senate. None.
I'd prefer to have the amendments. But, you know, obviously I'm sending them the bill, and I'm sending it to them separately.
As they say about opera, it ain't over till the fat lady sings. And I think that this is a classic example of the first step being taken in Albany, and this was a gigantic step, considering the cost of this to the state. And when you consider that in the beginning, the whole fight was the unions versus business groups and politicians like New York City Mayor Ed Koch, who said that if you sweeten these benefits, you could bankrupt the state and some municipalities. That was lost, and towards the end, it was only how sweet will it be.
And it got to be very sweet for the unions. I don't think they ever thought that they could get rid of Tier 3 completely, that they could wipe out this 3% pension contribution that the Tier 3 members had to make. Their real goal was to get rid of the Social Security offset. And they won that goal, and they won very big.
I also think the Senate Republicans are going to get high marks from the unions and probably votes and campaign contributions in the next year elections, which I'm sure was on the Republicans' mind also. And I think that the problem with the governor's proposals was really that after the unions had negotiated with the Republicans, they said, hey, if we can get this from the Republicans, what can we get from the Democrats? And Warren Anderson said, enough's enough, folks. I also think that what you saw here was again, a clear example of the power that Senate Majority Leader Warren Anderson has. He is the most powerful Republican in the state. He has absolute veto power over what happens in this legislature. And for all the good relations that he has had with Governor Cuomo, and he probably gets along better with him than the Democrats do, he's really doing his job here as top Republican, staking out Republican positions on major issues. And when he says no, he means no.
And on this issue, he moved first. And on the next issue we're going to talk about, he moved first. For 3 years running, one of the most important and difficult issues before the legislature has been the question of a Medicaid pickup. Governor Cuomo proposed relieving local governments of all but 10% of their burden over the next 5 years. The bill for that is just over $6 billion. And the Senate Republicans said that was too much for the state to handle. This week, they voted on their own plan. Senator Tarky Lombardi was the sponsor of the bill that would take the cost of long-term Medicaid care off the backs of local governments.
The value of the program is that it would give a great deal of relief to local government over the 3 years, and it would be a permanent plan that they could count on. It would also be a program which would help them in the area where there's the most growth. As you know, the long-term care part of Medicaid has been growing on an average of 15.2% each year over the past 5 years. It's been the one element of Medicaid costs that has caused local government the greatest financial burden.
Lombardi said his bill was the reasonable alternative to the governor's proposal. He explained why.
The problem is that the governor's program, over a period of 5 years, which was the governor's phase-in, would cost approximately $5.7 billion for this state. Probably more than what the state can commit to, and at the same time it would remove from local government the responsibility for prudently screening those applicants for Medicaid. And it would pose a very serious danger if the governor's program were to be adopted, a very serious danger that it would encourage those local governments where they have large public hospital systems to sign up as many people as they possibly could to the Medicaid program, because the more people that they enrolled on Medicaid, the more support they would have for their public hospital system.
New York City has a public hospital system. Lombardi saw the possibility of fraud and abuse rampant if the governor's plan passed. But Democrat Donald Halperin saw Lombardi's bill as setting a dangerous precedent by treating one part of Medicaid different from all others, namely long-term care.
Everything we've been trying to do in the state is to try to discourage long-term placement. And I know that, Senator Lombardi, you've taken the lead in